コロコ。
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit, but it feels like a Friday.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this.
Wait. Suddenly you're digging things?
Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Trust me, you do. That's nice, but...
He takes another drag.
Besides...
He's going to leave. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool.
To the city.
A man on high heel. Something flat.
We'll talk. Take care, alright?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Who knows, detective? It's, different, of course. He smells good. He smells good.
He's barely holding it together.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview.
Officer,
His hands are clean.
my name is Charles Vildrouin, and I'm an official with the... I heard you talking to my friend.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell... That's really all I can tell you.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Officer,
He holds out.
What do you mean?
it was just so... I was on the balcony. That's when I...
Sounds like the victim...
I couldn't see their... Let's just say that the laboring... I couldn't...
The lieutenant sends you a shot.
That's a giant you're describing. I went back in...
Were you able to...
Officer, they are all men, I presume. I believe they were mostly white. Well, that's... Eventually, their shouts died down. You're right, of course. I'm afraid I don't...
About what time?
All I can say... No, I didn't see the corpse until the... Of course, anything I can do to assist the... The coalition, the economy impacts the entire... well, you could say I'm... Yes.
Wait, there isn't actually an...
La communauté... Your employer, technically speaking. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal, which is essential.
Basically,
Precisely. That's why the Institute of Price Stability, but not too far below. The coalition believes in the important, a sound money. But oh, I don't have my... La commune... Your employer, technically speaking. It's the international... But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world? The Occident is part of the normal. Martinez? Rivachol is generous, but they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed. Moralism is all... Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. What's there to say? Moreover...
Darling, that can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Rivachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. It's like Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of API, as founding members, they are both very. Oranje's economy.
But that didn't.
About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean. Whatever you wish. Ah, my
ミリーミリガンおじ
my
さ
friend
ん。
is a good young
どう
man.
も。
Kedra is a candidate that it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21 and it's been pending ever since.
ね、これは何をしてるかっていうと、2日目、だいたい終わりかけないけど、
メリークリスマス。
メリークリスマス、ハッピーホリデー。もうおじさんにとってはディスコエリジウムがもう自分へのプレゼントみたいなものなんでね。おじさんもこれまああんま女っ気はないけど夜をエンジョイしてるって感じやね。おじさんとおじさんとおじさんしかおらんけど。
EPIS is a very special.
God, yes. Sweet standard.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the process. A supranational
さっき落ちてしまって
You mean Revachon? No.
ちょっと同じような会話をやり直してるけど。
It's one day going to be.
Except that, can
No, no. Candidate members do become. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are. Sorry. Who?
なんかあんたっていうなんかここさっきなんかここの前にそいつが出てで殺人事件をこの友人が見たから話聞いたらっていうことで今話聞いてるんやけどそのタバコ吸ってたやつはなんか用事があるって言ってなんかこうどっか行ってしまったっていうでこのサンデーフレンドっていうなんか役人みたいなおじさんとその青年にどんなつながりがあるのかはちょっとまだわからない。ちょっと怪しいってそのなんか容疑者っていう意味じゃなくてなんでこの二人が友達になってんのっていうのはちょっと怪しい関係よ。
as though you weren't envious enough.
He's a truly free spirit. She likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design. I'm just enjoying the view. We're old friends. Nothing's taboo. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very active. I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around.
Of course.
でここで一通り話聞いてなんか取れる物も押収したんでで今取ったのがなんで動かん衣類かサマラの傘サマラって多分あれやろななんかちょっとアジア系の場所なんやろな無神経のバチェラーパーティー感で暗示がマイナス1パーティードラゴンのシルクローブなんかマッチョドラゴン藤波辰巳かな演劇科プラス1電気科学プラス1意外と優秀な装備やんか着てみようかなんかなんやこれはこれ来たら電気科学プラス2電気科学ってあれかそういや別にサイエンスっていう意味よりはどっちかっていうとドラッグの感じやからなこれもさ電気科学がある どうしような。普通。
ファッションセンスがない。
ファッションセンスな、ゼロ。統一感ゼロ。そして、なんか知らんけど、懐中電灯と、なんか、記録簿を持ってるおじさん。ちょっとドラゴン装備ちょっとスクショ撮っとくか。ドラゴン装備に似合うアイテム。あ、ハケ。ペインティングができるかどうかともかく、シンディ行ってアーティストからハケだけせしめました。道具。これも悪役レスラーやな。写真スクショだけ撮っとこう。撮れた。で、10時なんで、もう引き上げる時間なんで、一応ちょっと待ってよ。さっきここで落ちたから、クイックセーブ。で、外に出ると。まだ窓があるが気に。うっせろこの豚。じゃあちょっとまあ9時とか10時過ぎるとほとんど人おらんくなるから、今日は撤収なんですが、何を考えてる。
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld together.
なんで貼ってった？時間やから。
Do something important? Something murder. This is a Caprice Canema. The Caprice Motor Corp with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the even at a standstill. The unibody. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes. An extra...
It's nice and all, but why so? Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the vision.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them. Maybe.
And means no.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Super.
Saying these words brings an immense joy.
なんか警察無線でやれることなかったかな。
Yes.
違う。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Sure, officer. What's the number? Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP.
No, and I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning. Anything else?
41文書かけてもまだ警察バッジと銃を回収してないから、どうせいじられるだけだから。また警察だ。
What else do you need, detective?
でも特に
Uniform.
進
Please,
展は
no.
ない
You were
な。
trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and... Great. Anything else?
身分証明できないおじさんやん。
マイナンバーカードもないみたいね。
You mean why?
Why not?
Maybe, I don't
この
know.
辺ガルテって宿
I
屋
just know I
の
have
主
to
人
take
に
some time off right now.
が勝手に俺のせいでこうやったったみたいな話になんか勝手に解釈してて、その誤解は解いてあげたんやけど、
You hear the
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57.
まあシリアルナンバーの
you see
紹介だけでいいか。ここでクイックセーブして、
I've got nothing to say to you. Why I am not
You could be Liz. You could be.
even a mod? Glenn,
he's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
.おだててみる。あんまりでもお調子者刑事って感じでやってないからな。
The cold look in her eyes speaks. It's not
頭に
her.
来ているのだ。
She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
I am not
You could be Liz.
even a
He's right.
So fucking what?
no, Glenn.
This didn't change her. It's not her. She's not a hardy.
ここにいる輩が今のところ容疑者なんやけど、てか俺らがやったみたいな話にして言ってしてるんだ
Looks
けど、
like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Starting from the right, sitting on his right across at the other table, hobnailed working boots. He spent his youth in Villa Lub and then standard work. The emblem on his vest in the
な
far
んかまだ
corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toe on his neck. Let's call this one the musician. Size 40 in the middle. He, in conclusion,
多分まだ証拠がないんじゃないかな。
you've stood there.
The fuck is with you, fella? A witness? You ain't.
That's just contacty status. Next, he's gonna...
Well, let's see.
He's not alarmed by the sub. This goes without saying, but nonetheless,
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town. Nice try, right?
MI is short for Moral Intern. Moral Intern is short for Moralist International, the coalition that runs Revachol.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he...
Arab guy? Boss.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all...
It's you assholes that feel the need to go.
Yeah. It's like they put Colbert...
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
We were drinking. Weren't we?
Right. I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing...
Bullseye. Glenn looks around uncomfortably. The lieutenant hit a nerve.
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's...
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out. Like it was from...
What is this fella's problem?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story.
You don't.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Some witness. I pulled the...
You don't have to go to school. You're doing a hell of a job.
So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
Again.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
でもこれが通らんとな。ああ、でなんか今ケインが下がる装備とかつけてそう。まあ喧嘩に並んだだけマシとするか。そうでもなかった。
なんかさ。
はいはい。
若干のはだけてるのイラつくわら。
と話せそうな人。このなんかな、モニカのおっぱいはでけえ。モニカ誰？このなんか青い扉にもまだ行けてないね。
You see a heavy steel door. The door doesn't. The old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers.
Can I help you?
ここで花、解散ってなってからじゃないとここに来よんか。
Yes?
今日はじゃあ解散にあるんや。今反応ボーナスあと1時間58分で香り付きチューインガムが覚えられるね。やっぱ寝てるときはこれなんか時間経過ないっぽいから、ちょっとおじさん一人でブラブラするか。
The door is closed. Still nothing. Still nothing. This door can only.
なんか一番最初に女の人が出てきてからなんもないね。なんか日本よりさらに寒い国、ゲーム作ったのはエストニアの人たちだし、舞台もこれ一応3月なんやけど、なんか普通に雪降ってるような場所やから、ここ何？これはフリって夜でも空いてるの？
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe.
She looks up from under.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
So そういやなんかストライキの件もまだ解決してなかったな。あれ？まあいいか。
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. Of course not.
Boyadera, Boya for short, is the woman sways her wrinkled. A lorry stuck in the windows are clear. They've been the back end a book with ragged edges. The driver has adorned his.
あいつまだずっといる。ちょっと冷やかしてみるか。ああ、オートセーブ入ったからちょうどいいよ。メジャーヘッド。
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go. I am not the first.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act.
The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. Now leave me be. Fine. They have recently fallen sexually. Find out for yourself. Endomorphic blob. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. Mr. Claire is a man also. To serve is noble.
なんだっけ、こいつのなんか主義。
Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. Jam. Individualism. Rock, I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many. The South Island race. We are the future. I am a descendant. No. I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets.
まあいいか。こいつの主義を受け入れるかどうかみたいな話になったんやけど、その時はちょっと保留みたいな返事だったから、下に降りられるのちょっと。休みますか。 このチャレンジって今何
A
パー
mirror
セン
hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. Now
トなん
without
かいけそうやな、これ。
expression.
手さばき上げたからか、銃を使う局面があって、これじゃあいけるやん。一応セーブして、チェーンカットセーブしてるか。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The faucet is quite terribly mangled. You handle the chain cutters deftly. Apply. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. The mirror begins to clear slowly. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steel or wool. If you see your face, such as it is without expression, it's just hairy. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below.
窓が開いてる部屋でよう寝るな。
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting, but it's yours. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. You're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you...
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like that pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
俺が悪かった細胞たち。俺が悪いんだ。全部システムが悪い。
And why might that be the case? What lava lights on such a bloated corpse to be?
There's no dignity here. Oh, you're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
もう一回で見るんだ。
How many promises have you kept lately, Sir Harry? To the great see-through world.
Thou art honourable and just, sire. 'Tis the snakes who are vile. It's women. It's the women. Look out for the women. Come now. Humans have earned your trust. And you live.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness?
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it?
今日はでも変なところに飛ばされやんかったな。悪夢の世界というか。じゃあ新しくセーブデータを作って、
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken, because nothing... The lights are off again. The lights are...
鏡ってもう何もないの。
A mirror hangs on the bar.
今おるか。
The door is closed. Still nothing.
今おった。
A woman in an RCM patrol officer's
マドラの
uniform
女。
winces.
I would really prefer not to talk to you.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Yes, I am. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. Okay, fine.
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
誰これ？隣のやつ。
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Like undercover?
Well, as far as disguise is...
Oh, come on, Jean.
It's not just this week.
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise. You know what...
Oh, I definitely...
Another life.
Yes, from another life. To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really somewhere good. Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not...
Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? I'm sure he's fucking flattered.
The lieutenant is silent.
No, because in this thought experiment we all...
Come on, stop it.
You're not going to believe this. Yes, sir. So just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, not even a little...
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said...
He's trying to protect you from further... Okay, yes, you get the joke.
Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops so...
This isn't helping.
Neither can I, partner.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
I'm not getting in.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like. Well, go solve your case then. That would count as trying hard. No. 'Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging? Actually, I don't...
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say.
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. What?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating. And...
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? So, do you know who hanged him? I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. Watch out for yourself, loser.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll yes, just cross it off the list.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? God fucking shit.
None of this is great news for... Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent.
Can I help you?
多分41分所の誰かの
What is it?
演奏なんやろな。
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask? The sooner you figure this hanging out, the sooner everyone can go home.
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your will.
Can I actually help you with...
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember.
Yes?
論理に振るか。
Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them. Not to mention, I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win. I am the finest of... Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in.
Again? I can't believe this shit. Okay. You're not. Yes, sir. Just some regular boring mother... Oh, no, no.
This isn't helping.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you...
Yes? What is it? I don't
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses.
Okay.
I'm just looking out.
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are.
I just want to do my job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you. The energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
Hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
暗示スキルポイントを振ればホワイトスキルチェックに挑戦できる。暗示マイナス1か。暗示のマイナス1をシャツ中変えたらいいんじゃないの。どんな着方
Hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
無理か。自分で振らなあかんのか、補正じゃなくて。
Hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
暗示いくつ ?4 か。クイックセーブして。
Hello, dear. I didn't notice you.
Sometimes the most charming thing you can do.
I suppose you could use a...
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. We have things to do.
He nods. Ooh, tough choice there.
What an interest.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them. Okay, I won't spoil you.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating.
Col de Mama d'Aqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col...
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal...
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but at times it could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, when playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feet.
She transforms when speaking about these.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be... They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mama d'Aqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadakwas. And what happened?
This lady really should be a... Psst. They cancel each other out.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency...
Great regret washes up.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies.
Of course. A common thread in these.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what?
あ、いろいろまだ聞けるんや。
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
He nods approvingly.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. Not bad. Not bad at all. What brings you here?
服パクったのバレてる。平成。ああ、着てるからか。
You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it. Blend in where? At Carnival? You did? And how did you like him? I told you he can be very useful. I guess that's a visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, Jean, to his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still. Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friend? That he won't be there when times get... It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. Hmm? What about me, gendarme? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong. Like one of those... Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his ear. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy secure... Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind?
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about that physical...
You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it. Is it now? Well, bye-bye, gendarme.
Was that? Could it be the Col de Mamadakwa? No. There seems to be. And extremely, Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing, there it is again. You're about to read this. It must be very close. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
No, I don't hear the Koldomama.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf. Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Mars.
使えるかな。下がるもの近くレベルプラス3。まあいらんやつから外してきゃいいからな、どうせ。ああ、クスト刑事もできるな。このままなんかで暗録刑事2時間半。これと間もなくは7時間。ダイスっていつくれんの？懐中電灯いるかな。とりあえず
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a very
Nice,
good?
okay,
That will be 7 real for one custom die. One universal die for Wirral Untethered.
It feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand sends a jolt of cold down your spine, through the dark.
Kuno やることなくなっちゃった。
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about... Kuno doesn't...
これ取れるかどうかなんやけど。なんかすごいパーセント低かったんよね。
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has
肉体
claimed
装
it
置
for their own.
肉体装置が上がる装備。つけてるか。肉体装置ちょっとフルか。3。1個ぐらい伸ばすか。
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
ああ、違う、才覚や。じゃあ、ロードして。才覚マイナス1。才覚マイナス1外す。これ何パー？
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
なんでクーノの顔が出てくるのかよくわかんないけど。さあ、いい角。1個風呂か。
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
これ何失敗じゃねえの
No, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gym.
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle there.
ちょっと 42% 頑張ってやるか。再確に振ります。再確が落ちる靴を外します。
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. Ankles tingling from the tension. Blood. Martinez goes about its daily routine as you saw.
He's so on the money, Bratan. Just imagine yourself dual wielding a bottle and a flaming cigarette whilst airborne.
とスクショと。跳躍の一瞬にめちゃめちゃ脳内会話してる。このもう少しこの瞬間に浸ったままでいる。
The little backyard kingdom of Kuno and its de facto ruler, Kuno the Grim. His words remain indiscernible. No matter. It's time to start thinking of. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as...
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete.
木も普通に降りてきてるのはなんで、RCM 巡回用街灯。団結心、これも優秀やな。なかなか渋くなったよ。人ってゴミ袋はともかく。
どんどん怪しい感じに。
暗示が下がる、概念化が上がる、下着、これ意外とあれか。肉体装置、概念化は他にも上げられる装備あるからな。一応で靴を履かな。靴も実はこれプラスマイナス両方ある靴やから、こっちの靴もあるのか。ただちょっと無難すぎて面白くないかな。サイクル、ボーナス値論理プラス1、百科事典内陸帝国、権威がマイナス1、団結値肉体装置、汚漢、才覚、手さばき、平成。じゃあスクショットと。てかてっきりここに警察バッジみたいなの入ってるかと思ったけど、そういうわけでもなさそう。RPG 用の24面台です。ジャーナルのマップタブ内でオープンのホワイトスキルをチェック確認できる。マップでオープンなホワイトスキルチェック。発見済みのホワイトスキルチェック、白色で表示させているものを今すぐ挑戦可能。どういうこと？この肉体装置少し難しいとこ。いや、これ全部ロックされてるやつじゃないの？福の山。福の山行くか。で、やっとこっちに来ると。ゴミ集め。朝のゴミ集め。 ちゃ稼げるやん。ゴミ袋がどれぐらいでいっぱいになるかわからんけど。一本一本あるな。ちゃんと一本一本マップから消えていく。
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
If you must. But please hurry.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and they're spark. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René. René looks like he's about to smile.
Why did you take that picture of René?
ルネって誰やったっけ？
You're really interested in that old soldier.
老兵。
Not sure I understand your fascination.
This is the night watchman.
Watchman. ここは池やん。また瓶が落ちてる。違う。クレーンの制御パネル。
Two buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It's Marsh on Arrête with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest, moving this container.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original. Before you stands a cargo container. Just what?
Is this like your thing with that wall again? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one up. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to interview...
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your action. No reply.
扉を説得して道を開けてもらおう。
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it's...
骨人がいっぱい手にある。
so thick it's impossible not to notice he...
Container, container, used to be wild pines. Container, container, now built. Everard, he looks after everyone.
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folk. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Yes, yes, everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those douce sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on, but I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do right.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and
ビブラート
everything.
ってのがなんかまあマフィアのボスみたいな偉いやつやね。娘
He
か。
respects that word. That's
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood.
for a fraction of a second. This
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things.
law school. Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
Ah, エリザベスっていたな。
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice...
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as...
Told you.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike...
Sure is, mister. Sure is.
I hate to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
Oh, I'm just making... Sure, mister. About what? Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave. People say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have...
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everett is in his office, where he always is. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling him to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't...
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow. Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course. Bye-bye now.
ばいな。これか。その前に。バールとチェーンカッター。ウルトラシリーズグローブ。グローブ？革命フィルターなしの接触。指なし手袋。酸素加工や重量物の持ち運びに最適にしてみようか。あ、ちょっと園芸用手袋より統一感が出てちょっと渋くなりましたね。いいですね。ここは SP から沈黙し、じゃあちょっとクイックセーブしてボスに会いに行くか。巨大な魔法瓶に入っているコーヒーはまだほんのりと温かい。どうやって行った階段。よしやす。あれ。
Before you is a walrus of a man.
人型の水球が座っている。ジャバザハットみたいな。
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Mart. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that man.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that, should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our...
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your rights.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Garp. Some people have no manners. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money.
Yes, I know, Lawrence. He's a...
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with print. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking.
His slug-like lips move, but the world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escaped its gravitation. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
17%。マイナスに椅子のせいで死にそうになっている。マジか。やり直そうか。椅子が痛すぎるんやけど。でもな、キムっていうのは。
Who does this guy think you are? Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him. The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always...
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law.
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions.
Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just...
Yes, that's all.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and you can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. What? Harry, how could you say that to me?
You know I appreciate a joke as much.
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend.
And gets over it.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and...
He's hiding his real...
Thank you for your understanding.
You too, Lieutenant. You know...
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
The big man peers at you over...
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to...
Smooth talking? Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convince...
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry. Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martin 8. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because...
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
ああ、これ5時っていうか、不審な点がやな。ジョイスが言うには前の組合のリーダーが行方をくました背景には不審な点があるそうじゃないか。
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can...
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter.
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows... Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call... Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive... If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. You'll tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Of course. Let us dispatch with a...
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want...
I think the odds of that are...
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are...
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first. As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. Is he trying to hide that it's not a real...
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RC...
He got the name from the Census Bureau. And
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau, like I said.
That means he does a pity. The mystery of...
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Yes, your lost gun. My best man. Your gun will be found, Harry.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him...
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here. You're one of us now. A real red and white union. Take care, Harry.
組合書。効率的チューイングガムゲット。習得完了。
August 2nd. Early late
ボー
summer.
ナス。近
You're
く
getting
プラ
off
ス
the streetcar.
これで全枠埋まったから、これよりいいやつが手に入ったらどれかを外して、まあ習得させていきましょう。まあタイプライターを売ってる。こっちか。もうちょっと分かりやすい道にしてほしかった。
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get... Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself. Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened. You attempt it. To your left, the lieutenant considers your...
こんな場所あったんや。誰かがラジオの横でくつろいでる。あ、戻っちゃった。
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult pattern. Undoubtedly. Sure, why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing.
どっか外したかったな。手さばきね。
On second glance,
It's unfortunate for...
let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurred. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist samurai monk, focusing through not focusing.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there? Good. This is probably not relevant to our case anyway. After all, we are not investigating an accounting mystery.
ああ、いらんことしちゃった。ポイント3か。今ロードするとどこまで戻る？結構戻るな。じゃあこのままでいくわ。やばき。オフィス、小綺麗なオフィス予算あります。演劇が下がるけど視覚計算が上がる。まず顔がわからんから。帽子を外しまして。これ鼻眼鏡状態やから。サングラス。鼻眼鏡の効果。論理があるかあるけど権威が下がると。幸せなカップルの写真。書籍ラフメ。
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the... because Friesel was incompetent, foolish. To your disappointment, there aren't any full... After rifling the page, the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments. Kunst und Kult, comrade. As you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression.
Mazov っていうのはなんか革命
This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going only 4 issues in, and it's sad. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today.
What do you expect?
You flip back to the front of the magazine. This section includes a long, tedious critique. You also skip over an article about, face it, you really aren't interested. You flip back to the front of the magazine. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur, why they decided to title this, it evokes a sense of recognition. And as you leaf through this section, you come across the main feature, though, is a long essay titled The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A. made all the briefer by the subjects, and that certainly sounds like a certain delinquent you. You think you're settling in for a relaxed. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature. Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism. So, all of it, basically. And that precisely is what's problem. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these
なんかレースの特集っていうことをやってる割には批判記事が書いてあるみたいな話かな。
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames, armed with the lieutenant's trusty blue pen. You spend entirely too much time. Strike by the time you're finished. The original.
You know, most people are even better. Just leave it be. Ah, come on. Can this article read your mind? A certain kind of young man reads 1 or 2 books, and if I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor.
ああ、なんかキムは車好きっぽいからな。
You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprisingly, much of this section, you skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent. According to these editorials, there can be no... Why do communists love puerile insults? Judging from the context, it's something very large. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
だいぶ時間が経っちゃった。トラックパンツを買えっていうのがあるんや。カラオケ歌い。裏庭の温室の間に合わなからネズミの日のか。ルネって誰？まあいいや。
Detective
そう刑事ゲット。
Monsieur Cousteau, the reward for coming up with your classy new name has arrived. What are the attributes Detective Cousteau should gain in? Obviously, savoir. 才覚と団結心がプラス1。 What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. It's also about that, but it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only increment history's greatest catastrophes. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your... You may never live to see the kingdom of What rationality? What sang for?
ちょっと待って。教官がお前が、今に生きてるからといって、自身の要求を未来の要求で優先する権利を持っているとは超えられない。お前が生きているうちに両親の動きを見るからではないかもしれない。なんて合理的だ。なんて冷静なんだ。ちょっとスクショと。
What benevolence?
なんて慈悲深いんだよ。面白いな。もう一枚スクショと。
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
現状維持が混沌や流血よりもマシだと思う。
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress. The kingdom is difficult, partly because humanity will need to discard. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
悪くないって言ってるけど思考を受け入れないもんね。ここはちょっと思考を受け入れる。
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable.
これは多分
Did you miss the
倫理
part about compromising and taking things? That's right.
倫理主義じゃったかな。
Real democracy is just around the corner for Revershaw. When that real democracy...
でもこれまあセットするかはまた別問題で。両親の王国。ちなみにスーパースター刑事2、黙示録刑事1、老後ない刑事5、つまらない刑事3、共産主義者3、ファシスト5、ウルトラリベラル5、倫理主義者4、いい刑事17、名声2、殺す人数3、アリスに日中に連絡してアーマーに関する情報を手に入れる。アリスって誰やったっけ？クーノに何を知っているのか尋ねる。アーマーの他のパーツは政府の知らせ10。
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the hundreds of documents and the same materials. You already went through all of these. The drawer slides.
これどこに出る？ああ。見てる。あれ、ここって開いてなかったよな。今じゃあ開くようになったってこと。で、メジャーヘッドとりあえず置いとこうか。せっかくこっちまで来たから、まず瓶をリサイクルしました。あとなんか行ってないところで7、8つのもあるらしいんやけど。
The tear machines. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
場所がわからん。 あとなんか全員尋問したはずなんやけど、ドライバーどっかにいるんかな。
何回か話さないとダメとか。
それもありえるな。まあ、例えばこいつね。共感低い。共感を上げられる装備。何が増えてる？増えてないか。共感。ないな。逆に共感が下がる装備をつけてるか。つけてないな。チェックだけしてみるか。
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
ちょっと待って。クリックセーブしよう。
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
You really are the law, aren't you?
Maybe the full-on direct approach wasn't correct.
線で聞いたらいいのか、型番は。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of... So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinell.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique.
誰のために作られたのか聞いて
You
も
should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to...
This is a fun challenge for her, an opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put...
Sure. Call back tomorrow.
明日また連絡
Hopefully I will have
してく
more
ださい。
information for you then. Not yet, but I was able to convince 57th over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
平成これはでも今スキルポイント3か。
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here. A pair of Faun Ultra.
Those sneakers, mister. Those...
Only Faun Ultra. We're the future. You remember the...
50。ああ、そうや。食うのからなんか 靴を買えみたいな。
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
視覚マイナス1。
These are those UV stickers are all
These are all first-rate sunglasses.
abort. These
Damn, officer!
it's going to be
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
こっちはここまでか。上なし手袋。ああ、ここまで来たことないな。でも話しかけられやん。そういうの七や。
typical Martinez
時短された街灯。
sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured.
It was brought. We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside. It's not often that I see officers from the RCM. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light.
I haven't had any problems myself.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
電気科学。
The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds for that matter. That's fair. It's been a long time since my Coldima Madakwa. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Coldima Madakwa. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my...
Do we really have time for this?
This recording comes from down the coast. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kHz.
As the hum grows louder, modulating, but always unnaturally uncomfortably low. Not good, not good. You're about to start suffocating. You have to stop this.
謎の音波を聞かされて体力が減った。
There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sound. Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
And skewers, but...
That's it. The signal in a low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Mamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
ああ、薬とか売れやんねや。薬が余ってるんやけど。この辺全部質に入れたいって感じではないかな。
I'm not purchasing anymore, and especially that tie. It swallows photo.
Your mother is a necrotic object. I'm fun.
ネクタイが
Look
文
at
句
me
言ってる。
sparkle in the light of the projector.
Oh, no. I don't like those photic paths, counter-radiance network, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on them.
Another time, perhaps.
これは後でチェックするとして。
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
This is a pawn
あん
shop.
たが掃除の前
Did
質に入
feel
れ
as
た。
if you've met before. Oh, the lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserved, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet. You were very distraught. You said the gun... When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun
あ
barrel
ん
in
たは
your
重心を
mouth
突
and
っ込んで喋り始めたらそれで仕方ないから買い取ったん
You
だ。
sucked on a gun. Good. Very normal behavior. You must have been in great shape.
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you.
かける500やからだいたい
A bad dream. It's
多
not
分7000円ぐらいで売ったってこと？
This has got to be the most. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
No apologies necessary, officer. She didn't seem like a
ピ
policeman,
ークと呼んでいた。
although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the...
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
You're right, that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find out.
My apologies.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You just have to hope. Everard.
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their wild pines overall. They went their way. It was a trip.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man. I doubt it, but I can try and answer. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
じゃあ電気科学のまずさっきの靴売ってるところで靴じゃねえか、サングラスか、あれが補正かかるな。変な趣味の悪いサングラスみたいなの言ってたやつ、多分電気科学いる。電気科学、まずこれ手袋、これもかかる。とにかくなんかイカれてる格好。これどっちでも電気科学上がるな。これでどう？
Hello again. How can I help you?
72%。じゃあ別にサングラス買わんでいいから、とりあえずクイックセーブだけして。
Hello again. How can I help?
ロイはハイになっているのか、そうだとしたら何を決めている？
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I tried to keep the shop at a...
There's a note of ending. Those triangle patches on his vest. You
けの
have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
I've had to take it, you know, since the People's Pile cleanup. I was with the emergency relief brigade.
He's taken for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into river, a primitive nuclear reactor. Also, construction began during the Commune of Revision. Needless to say, things did. An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. So much disappointment. An early death. No one's. Everyone.
So much.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor. The cleanup happened 15 years ago, so I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
You said you done it.
It's all. The lieutenant steps away. Go ahead then. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
If you say, here you go, man.
大きなコップの形をした何か。
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut.
I respect your decision, officer. What else can I help you with? Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you. I doubt it.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors. The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved, and one especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic. This is you. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel format, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a... If police work means playing tapes, sure, absolutely. I've tested each one myself with record.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. You see road. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse?
Oh, that's the headless phone rider. The headless phone rider. It's an urban legend about a man who 50 cents, bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's looking for the head.
まあ安いし買っちゃおうか。まあでもその前にちょっと調べようか。
Yes. Buy something nice. Big men on big horses, clad in
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about
a long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps.
Complemented by
orange trousers. They are.
This is what the loyalists look like, yes, at first.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find...
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles.
You're probably talking about... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe. Did I mention that this fig...
That was a very smooth salesman's grip. Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love too?
愛を育むのをやめておくか?
Good. We need tender men like you.
嫌いな共産主義を作り上げるにお前のような優しい男が必要だ。
Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any You keep saying things like down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket. Literally murder all human beings. Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off, and everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to hue. Now get to work, comrade.
これ受け入れたらなんか別のやつが消えたりするんかな。
Very well. I guess no one will build communism. No objections. It's mathematically. Did someone mention cocaine? Oh, anyone? There's no one. Okay then. Lie down and let the water.
受け入れとくべきかな。
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of.
もう遅いか。で、面白コスプレじゃなくて街頭ズボン衛生ここにテープあると思うけど、そういうわけだ。食うのからトラックパンツを買おうか。
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control
水温
panel.
の制御パネル。
Could this be why Morel hasn't returned to Lena?
Looks like it, yes.
She was quite worried. He grabbed the handle and pulled the lever up. The water lock starts moving.
勝手に動かしていいのかどうかはともかく。
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way.
海岸に行く用事ができたらここと敵がいいみたいな。
Focus on one thing.
いけるやん。ブレーカーボックス。年俸で何かをしよう。いびつな燃料容器。あ、これで燃料取れるんじゃ。燃料っつうか重油か。
It must be. The seawater has already started to.
My guess is it started its journey from the planet. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid come. The motor carriage is prop. A single day in the salty seawater. The logo is too deep in the murky water.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably.
Let's wait for the load.
Great idea. Then we can get the things in a joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this joyride.
I don't know. An hour or two tops?
As you sit down in the old rust, the hinges creak under your weight.
20分ぐらいで
Nothing
すんだ。
but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant.
Yes, yes, it does. Let me think about it.
アートケージ。
The tune on your lips for the lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Two birds on a wire, whistling. The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an op. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Silite.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived.
Yes. What?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men. Yes, 41.
It's as if he knows what it stands for. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
I'm sorry, Harry.
41. Precinct 41. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
そしたら俺の車じゃないか。俺が自分で海に突っ込んだのかな。
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
The lieutenant. There is also a fourth, more precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage, combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't. That is very unlikely. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might... You can still whistle. Besides, people are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer, of whom? I don't think so. Yes, let's go take a look.
Jacket, 指揮官ジャケット、バッジ。あ、じゃあバッジあったやん。まず指揮官ジャケット、団結心、資格訓練。いつの燃料容器。ティブは警部補庁長。彼氏君、あなただ。
A police badge on which you see the photo.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of info. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number. The man keeps winking at you with his green, but the badge is new. You used an old photo for a good choice. A newer photo, 8, maybe 10 years. The guy, what do you think? His face is already... It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. The lack of alcohol swelling, don't be fooled. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are
アリアデュボ
Evrard was half right.
まあもう別にクストのスキルはもうセットしてあるから別に言い張らなくてもいいよね。でもクストは
Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge. It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during...
A name like armor.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you Officer. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
警部補長長
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
ああ、現場捜査に当たる警察官の中では最上位。
The title of Yefreighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice.
2度辞退している。それで町長になった。
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their
heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn...
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basic. Kings like satellite officers.
The long and short of it is,
要はお前は基地局警部補より上だという。
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because it matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even fought.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper called...
That's just the serial number.
The numbers are not there for good measure.
4 months ago. A new badge usually comes with...
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well. But better. A lot can happen in 4 months. Especially in...
I remember that time! That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
酒でも持ってくるか、ドリンクの話出たから。 たしました。今日のお酒は例によって、ガラナサワーです。あと井村屋のピザマンも温めてきました。文章41。
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 50. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover.
It's no wonder you are.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to...
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
運動項条約って回数制限あるよね。黄色いやつは何が違うの？足跡。この辺でマニュアルセーブしとくか。半日ぐらいずつ分けとかんと。7時半。
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, and empty... Not as such. I'm talking about what came after. Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles, the sunken motor carriage...
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving.
Somehow, it doesn't want to...
何を手に入れるっけ？絵はがき。蝶ネクタイ。蝶ネクタイさ、面白ネクタイの代わりにつけられる趣味の悪いネクタイを蝶ネクタイに変えるとプラス演劇になんか不満言うかな。これはこれでちょっと 似合うっちゃ似合うな。警察には見えやんけど。なんか劇場支配人的な。
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath. I don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boat? Huh?
Boat ボートでいいんやったっけ。ーっと
Sarcastic self-pity. I understand the situation.
Think of it as you have a home. Some.
漁村にいる選択婦にお願いすれば小屋の鍵がもらえる。漁村ってどこ？こっちから。何が引っかかってる？コレクション。ここ漁村でいいのかな。漁村やな。
Worn and beaten wooden.
We can see.
You can revisit the bench if you.
インターイソラパンツ。どこに引っかかってるの？漁師小屋、クイックトラベル。そういえば今までファストトラベルなかったの？違う。 真似してるよね。
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
双子。
He can't be more than the other one looks indistinguishable from him.
だらしなく
He
口を出
watches
し
his
たおだ
brother
ろうし、
kick
石
the
を蹴る
stone
ことある
with
わ
his tongue lolling out of his mouth. The kids don't reply. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. The rock kicker was just being.
You're bad with kids.
子供の扱いが下手なの。
Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work?
The scruffy-haired little... You're not sure about the melody.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't...
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you... Oh, the usual.
That's you, all right. A black hound.
No, not you personally. He was boarding. Needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Maybe because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of house. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shop. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my... My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm. Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here. An uncomplicated man. I take it that means you're interested. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find...
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing and one thing.
Just us. It's barely a village. This is pretty much a non-place.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even...
The lack of wealth is the...
It's cold.
Riddles. Fits with the general...
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this name. Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days. Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Something I can do for you. Over there you can find more of the same.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soil.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Oh, it used to be. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys. Here, for you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find. She nods, rinsing.
Not much. There's the abandoned church. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around.
So, they don't hold
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Well, there's that music from a and now suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church.
Interesting. You could look into this.
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry. What? You're one of those real estate. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Now it's your turn, Mr. Quite a handle you got there. So many titles.
こうやって来るかな。
The door has seen better days.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living room. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the world.
The key turns with a set.
Ah, いいや。まだ寝れやんと思うけど。
The bed is comforting.
コロイエフジャケット。
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, the sharp blade chafes against your skin.
あ、ひげ短くなった。
The surface underneath the beard feels tender. The air brushing against it, they feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness over. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean. You almost look like your face, such as it is.
Old SF 雑誌野鳥観察の本39年度の年間さらね
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the ship. The room feels muffled, like you.
What is this place to you?
Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reed. This could have been you. This could still be you. A down on his luck nobody, trying to survive. There is no go. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked.
Look.
床板の下って何
On the table, you see a bowl of water.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. Either way, good on you. You were saying?
ひげ剃っちゃった。
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't. 携帯のブーツ。
Hi, officer.
ああ。
Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
You've graduated to low...
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about it. So what brings you here, Lawbringer?
思考獲得。
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time.
Indeed. You'll ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. Guns are expensive and fragile, I think. Besides, I got from time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
ちょっと待って。
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is, that goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Not bad.
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
No, I'm afraid not. tempting to confiscate the blade I used. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like... Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. 2 old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about... Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! 2 old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snowmen.
Oh, you're getting it. And it...
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bottles, drugs also, lost cards.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer.
Yeah. Maybe steer clear of the things reminded her of the floater she used to be married to. Just saying.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
選択肢間違えたかな。これととりあえずフル装備。視覚がだいぶ上がったな。
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? That's great. Until then, you should maybe start...
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. And why so? Our things are part...
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophy.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water. Take it from someone who's been through a few...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now...
You like the Capri funeral idea? Wow, so someone's been a little bored. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular copper. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Yes, the type of copy you are, sire. Think of it as a cast, a clock. Done and done. No actual...
なんかでもちょっと漁師の奥さんとちょっといい感じになったね。子供の読み物。
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or yes. They don't want to play with... They look the same. They look... identical. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the school you broke.
I don't know. Sure, just go and get it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
Alright. You just need to grab it from the seed.
It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is...
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy. It's Lammy.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb.
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft? It's Lammy.
Lambie is a stuffed...
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a... Yes! Lammy was a resolution... Eric. Bye!
じゃあ白線もらっとこう。エリマキライチョウの白水。お邪魔しました。 結構行ってないとこあったね。なんだ。ああ、昔の戦場跡みたいになってたね。こっちに行こうとしてたんやけど、途中でいじらんとそのまま行ってもらおう。すごい回り道せんと行きやんねやな。ああ、もうすぐ12時や。まあ、明日も休みやから、そのまま、ちょっとやってもいいんだけど。ゴミ回収、できるようになってるな。量子の5プロスイッチ、論理、視覚、高めの見物。アルコール飲料。あるよ、何それ。ワイヤーフレームで縁取られた斬新なピポー帽子。何これ。あれか、なんかちょっと自転車競技のなんかヘルメットみたいな感じかな。チェックできるところ、なんか黄色いところがある。
Scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes, meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need...
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them. A dozen at least. Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles prime. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding sand dunes. A long time has passed Since the moment of this fusion, the abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any detail. Ordinary people, familiar, foreign dissidents, unwashed criminals, and maybe you should change it. They were praying, screaming. Seven men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic. The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the...
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been it could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as they're building...
Or maybe...
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the one. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea. A row of ghostly shades facing the crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A host of men, they stand, ordinary people. Foreign maybe you should change it. A cold...
ここがまあ一番端って感じかな。なんもなさそうやな。特大のスーパースターサングラス。わお。メガネなぁ。鼻メガネか、オフィス用サングラスか、スーパースターなんとか。鼻メガネどこ行った？あれマジで、あったあった、これか。
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way. Being so close. Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes.
go. Nice and easy.
あ、いた
No
よ。
way out.
There's a cylinder.
Who's there?
Is that the police? Why are the police?
Don't worry, Gary. To what do I...
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Ah, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken. And we can't go all the way around the 880. Oh, good.
Did he say we...
Yes, Gary. We can go soon.
Sir, you'll...
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid is...
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasma, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect it. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain, but I cannot describe how these defenses work.
Yes, it makes perfect sense.
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodeozoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So, typical rookie assumption. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my, of any, cryptozoologist's career. But to study it, very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen. Not yet. That's what...
Just out of curiosity.
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the...
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that, yes, the most recent sign... It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual... I have to resist the thought. Such an Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive. Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts. The phas... At least, that's the intention. Locusts. Nearly all known phasm.
Inside the traps, a number of a meat-eating stick insect. Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush being?
Thank you for your opinion.
Not a big fan of skepticism.
They'll work, I assure you.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thought.
Yes. What? And I'm eager to return to her. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale.
And leave the traps.
Come on. She wants us back.
Won't let Lena down. Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. Yes, that's how we first...
Needless to say, you must...
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. No. The trap...
He's dead set. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research. There are 4 in total. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune. On your way to the old radio tower.
記録しとくか。あ、スクショでも撮りゃいいか。
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a... Sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Bring it to me at once.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event, it's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week. Wise choice.
This is the smell of the...
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop.
Right. Which means you two can pack up.
Whatever he thinks about this detour is...
Finally!
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp.
If it's more cryptid related, but what if the information is vital? On...
I've just always liked animals and puzzles.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up if you prod him to.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to trade through the mud every so often. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. My methods do not...
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance. No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid. Although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying. Everything from forgotten regions.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and no. Very few cryptids are ever Of the list of cryptids kept by the cryptozoology, 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. Indeed. If our expedition...
The hair on your arms stand up. He has clearly done his math on this. There is...
Yes? All right. What cryptids precise...
We would have to discuss. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
A willow person. It's a long story.
Willow people? Not at all.
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage themselves easily. Wrapping themselves around trees and You probably have. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow drop after waiting in hiding for hours. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant.
A lavender shell.
I know you think we were snacking on funny map. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware.
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
Confirmed. It's 100% verified. No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. Me? Not a people person. Unless you... By all means.
Hello? Yellow man. I mean...
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly. Yellow man. Interesting.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this.
Degenerates. This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to...
He pronounces Revocop. Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
I like to pronounce it the Hawk.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden... It's a secret right. A very fringe nationalist handshake.
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Mark...
So you do...
No. Nothing.
Nothing.
He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
He didn't kill him or anything, but there's something going on here.
My mug? Why would you think that? Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone. Okay, I admit it. You're not going to find me, are you? Whew. Thank you. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been...
What did you do?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. I'm sorry, okay?
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the... Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay. I was
Right. It was just...
Exactly. That's it.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads, against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the
Every day, the wind shifts. The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Armor? No. I mean, yes.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
What sound? I haven't the slightest.
Every day, the sound you heard was not the...
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way. No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't use not many Sealites here.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead, and I said the next races will be a really good one? Well, this is that racist.
Hey, man. All I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact. Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his... connections. Let's change the subject, okay?
衛星を上げるか。まずクイックセーブ。 衛星が上がる装備。衛星が上がる。衛星がかさがる装備はつけてないね。
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, a prime. Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet with a faded illustration. A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D, H is for homeboy. I is for econ. J, Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. That's it.
Good.
It is a very useful skill to have, he thinks. The alphabet.
De, チャレンジ。
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers.
12%か。
Always a... I mean, officers.
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads.
I don't pray, officer. Faith in non-existent helpers is a sign of weakness. Not for proper... Always a... I mean, officers.
That shirt
Okay.
looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something... Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer.
We're not detecting falsehood. This shame.
Gary!
What? Later, morale.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lap. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me.
We're detecting sincere contrition.
It's okay. It was a loose end. Anyway.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy.
They were thoroughly It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face...
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses. Lynched him because of the strike. But almost...
This is all he knows.
演劇はあれやね、結構なんか洞察力が高いっていうか、相手が本当のこと言ってるのか嘘を言ってるのかみたいなのを結構見抜いてくれるって感じか。
Because I was weak.
The hell, Gary?
I'll explain later.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into... But so light to hold. Like a bag of cotton.
異様なほど軽い。
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
ああ、でも衣類の中に入ってるんやっていうか、結構ステータス高いな。証拠品やけど着ちまうか。結構装備増えたね。結構人いるな。
しかし、いい加減ゴミ袋の代わりをよ
う。いや、いいんじゃない？だってだってゴミ袋ないとゴミが拾えないんですもん。まあ、63リアル。誰
？You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Khan Hailostan. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son. Yes, hypertext. Young carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks. Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So, no, I can't say that we've met before. But I've heard.
Mikhail,
say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the coalition landed in 08.
This man is your half
brother.
Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occident.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies. It's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it
anymore. Research and development.
You're probably more familiar with art.
Maya Kalpa. You are not familiar with that one either. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking up.
That's not surprising. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Felt had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developed. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for an elegant folding mechanism of rollers and Faraday ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering, even today's giants. Reim, ICN, and
なんかこの世界ラジオコンピューターっていうのはあるんやけど、我々の現実社会のコンピューターではないらしいんやね。
Indeed.
The revolution.
Unfortunately, Their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before it fell. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark.
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
Tape computers. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short...
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bombessier d'Ansul. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver fur
本の
on the
表紙
cover
に
of
書
the
かれた
book,
緑と
already
銀の
forgetting
ウル
about
ム。
this part of the discussion.
ウルムって何やったっけ？
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje.
ああ、なんかウォンプティ・ドンプティ・ドムセンターっていうのがすごいお金が稼げるスキルって書いてあったな。ウォンプティ・ドンプティ・ドムセンター。教会の南側で壁画見ているトラント・ヘイデルスタムと会話し、事業のことを一通り話すと、モンプティ・ドンプティのことを教えてくれる。そのまま会話を続けていくと獲得。これか。
Wait, did he just say... He did it. He said, what the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Gus?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to... In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
さて、ウォンプティ・ドンプティ・ドムセンターをスロットにセットするためにはどれか一つ消さなあかんねんけど、どれを消すかやな。一応、ちょっと待って。まず、一個一個しろ。エースロー。 クストゲージ。これがあると特殊な選択肢が出現。じゃあこそか。孤独な時家路。薬品使用時に運動だけでなく精神もプラスになるヤンキーの味方。15番目のインスリン出属。コードママダクワ。香り付きチューインガム。思考によるボーナスプラス5。高すぎるかな。高すぎるな。サーチライトかって何？サーチライトか。ああ。どまだくわ。100点か今いくつ？ああ、じゃあコードママダックワを外そう。忘れた思考は取り戻せません。どうしような。セーブにするか。いや。オンプティードンプティードムセンター。42分でゲット。
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionary setting fire to this precious device. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the felt playback experience. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed.
A pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds. But of course, what else? Sure, what's on your mind? But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having me in, little Mikhail.
Pick your brain. If anything, this... You see, a once bright mural towering, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says,
"Looks like tomorrow never came."
すごい広いな。
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't be naive. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. Something cold. It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has all... There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumb. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of... No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here was a... Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarette. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it as well. It's no older than a day. It's hard to concentrate in the... A man lies on the boardwalk. His limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him, the smell is not as bad.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days.
Another day. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of... You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
He's wearing mud-caked boots. Only some.
Good.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. His expression is dull, like the height, 170 to 175. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. Be very, very careful where you step there.
そこの足元には本当に気をつける。
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rib.
1パックを口に詰め込んでいる。
He ate the whole pack.
1パック丸ごと口に入っているだろう。
The smell of alcohol before going. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario, even the chewing gum.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair. This is...
I don't see any other major wounds. Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly...
They screech under your feet, ominous. You see waves churning below. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. And you would have... A .75 liter to Lulav.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not...
True. It feels disrespectful. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a...
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know, but that's just the laziest...
This is an omen. A sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
We do know that he was married. But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now, all we know is that death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not?
They'll seal this place off. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the court... I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least... Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the state...
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi. If lost, please return the card to the library.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema.
A man lies on the boardwalk.
いやー、どんどんクエストが増えていく。
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled two empty... No.
A tragedy.
あんまり引きすぎるとかえって歩きにくいな。矢がクーロン33で。メガバイノの土入りレンズ。 赤字点がどんどん伸びるな。クイックトラベルからの境界。境界
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It's streaked with dried seagull shit. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jacket? Me neither.
You should still...
汚らしいジャケット。さすがにあれか、着るためのやつじゃないか。
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable... It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure it occurs to you that you're not even? It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the board. The faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind. The crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking somewhere high above them. They are like the bombardiers of the aerostatic. All of a sudden, splat, an explosion of white on a man's shoe. It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck. What? No. Then it'll just be on your pants. Humpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop.
俺が強いらしいな。パッシブで経験値プラス10リアルに。
Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center
その百科事パッシブが発動するたびに2リアルずつ稼げるのはでかい。経験値もやけど。これ瓶じゃないの？
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still, this feels wrong. End of tone.
Pierre, is that you?
Pierre?
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have done. Are you sure you're Pierre?
Her voice is drowned in white noise. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief. Calling. Still again. Someone would...
Hello?
Hello, Girard. Technically speaking, you're electricity. No, what you are is a surprise. Get his wife.
別の妻に代わってもらいましょう。電子音の原文はアレクトリシティ。
Who is this? Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? Very funny, asshole. Why don't you grow up?
Phone. Disconnect tone. Calling. 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 Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
騙してお金持ってきてもらうか、適当に嘘ついて着金チャラにしてあげるか、真面目に答えるか。
My debt? I don't fucking owe you.
Disconnect. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Writing. I hate writing.
Man, you do not hear the customary disconnect. Seems like it did not have time. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You close your eyes and feel your finger move on the area code for Revachol zone, followed by 7 digits. And still time keeps passing. What were you trying to achieve by closing your home? He doesn't have a home. Not anymore.
ちなみにロードするとどれぐらい戻る？うわー、30分以上前に戻るな。手さばきね。あ、ここでオートセーブかかっちゃった。1個ぐらい振るか。いや、もう2個振ってんのか。まあいいや。
There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be dialed. You close your eyes and put your index finger on. Strange. This is not how you started before. 41411117 Yes. 45167451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. An ultra long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of what? Callings, ringing by the bedside of a dark but capacious apartment. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. You just do, and you know it is going to hurt. Calling. Then the ocean breaks out of...
Hello? Who is this? Dora.
Dora. The name filled in the distorted distance. You hear someone turning next to her. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that love. No answer. You're not sure, but you think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
先に進む。
No. It's you, isn't it? It's you. What? Oh no. Is that you?
This is too much. You need to recede.
Oh no, not this. What time is it? Who is this? Dora.
Dora, in the don't react. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter if you react or not.
You're not a Kingsman, Harry. You're drunk.
あれ、酔ってるのね。
You only have 2 Maybe 3 things left to say before the change.
投入した小銭使い切るまでせいぜいあと2、3のことを言えるぐらいだ。
Because it's me. Look, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're calling me. You seem drunk. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain. She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the number again. 26 in the middle of it. Calling. The headset lands in the cradle with a clank.
あ、電話を切るにしちゃった。
Calling.
極限症。
And calling for who knows how long. But no one answers. You need to insert more money.
物理界の敵。ああ、いっぱい
The cold
器
metal
物破
is
損してる
hard.
からか。
That's enough now, officer.
It didn't give you your hand.
Officer, that...
It's over.
So そんなことしてたらもう夜8時やん。じゃあ重油か。あ、ちょっと待って。なんで輪っかが出てきたの？まあいいか。違う。ノーランド・バンサンク。なんかそういや罠を仕掛けてくれって頼まれたけど、全然それっぽいところないんだな。ここに来るところになんかそれっぽいところがあるみたいな。奥さんのいるところやな。奥さんまだいるな。アレッツ・ウォースン。ここの家には入りやんのか。ばあちゃんもまだいるな。
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you. I can wash it for you. But it's...
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field.
Well, hand it over then. And I must say, I'm proud of this one.
全くこれは大したもんだっ
Pretty
て。
nice underneath all that film. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
あれかな。いい装備なのかな。ファロンウィンドブレーカー。結構いいね。演劇は下がるけど。なんかやっぱファルンブランドは結構あれなんやな。なんかこうおしゃれ系、これもファルンやし、おしゃれブランドって感じ。ノースフェイスみたいな感じなのか。ちょっと何やったっけ、クーノのとこ行って靴も買ってきたいんやけど、とりあえず今日はもうだからこの3日目の最後までは行こうか。あと今日中にやっとかなあかんようなこと。キックドラムのビート、音楽は表情のどこかから流れてる。広いなぁ。全然来てなかったけど。これか教会って。
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. Nothing happens.
I don't think that's...
High above, the wind wraps the church in its rush, cold and wet.
There is a hole.
The lieutenant looks at the padlock. He didn't hear you asking. You were caught. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the surface is smooth from the wind, but more. You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness. It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. He takes off his glasses and uses...
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. For Revachol aussi, the moral intern defined these acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called... I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
ステッカーを破らずに剥がして。
The padlock passes through a staple that, should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off. This cheap-looking padlock, it'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Looks like today was a gold star day.
シークレットタスク、書類に一味加える。
The padlock passes. Should you want to get through,
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment. Yes, the pulsing base. A sure sign of junior delinquency.
This ここじゃねえのか。なんかはしごがあるね。
the depot. The wind has blown a set.
It's military. A service depot. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo.
Yeah. 海岸の位置関係全然わからん。
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring. The reeds sway. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused, but...
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
You set the apparatus back on the ground.
こんなやつなのね。ティオムティリという銘柄を記憶した。香り付きスカーフ。マイナス2、肉体装置アレルギー。マイナス値の方が高いな。ああ、これ東大みたいな感じなの。鳥は関係ないか。白いポロシャツ。ところでポロってなんだ？いや、マジでポロってなんだ？この世界にあれかな、ポロっていう競技がないからこんなこと言ってんのかな。どこが行けるところってどこが行けるところじゃないかわからんね。わあ、ここも行ってない。でもどうやって渡ればいいかわからない。エーシル。10代後半から20代前半ぐらいの少女、変わった電気機器を持ち、氷の上にひざまいている。
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She...
Huh? So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
Oh. I didn't notice that. Yeah, well...
Your pulse rises.
帽子なんて fuck.
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her feet.
Why? Okay, it's Berger.
A very... You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But...
This is a portable recording device. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things.
Your mangled brain would like you to know.
ああ、百科事典でこれでモンティドムセンターが発動してるからリアルも獲得。
No idea.
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
ボクサーのコンタクトマイク。
Sure. The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only... Same place I got the recorder from. The Elysium. Oh man. You haven't been to the Elysium? It's the coolest place. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. Oh yeah. Guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Elysium going kind of person. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sure. Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without my boyfriend sold. I don't know, man.
A lie. They were probably pawned off.
The musicians in the Elysium used them for making music. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be like...
The girl is cold.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synth...
Take this, you're cold.
No man, fuck that, I'm cool.
It's okay.
Thanks.
帽子違うやつをあげたいな。うわ、結構戻る。どうしよう。
That? The boys think it could be a place. Yeah.
And why is that?
ロードしようか。多分電話するあたりからってことやろうな。いらん方の帽子かぶとうか。これでいいんじゃない？これはな、 面白装備として残しておきたい気がするな。論理、これも論理だったらこれか。いらんとすると、数値的にはこっちのがいらんな。面白装備やから残しておきたいんやけど。
There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be dialed.
あー、そっか、手さばき。手さばきあげたんやったっけ。手さばきこれつけるとどうなの。
There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be dialed. There's still some unused change in there. The machine waits for a number to be dialed. You close your eye. Strange. This is not how you start. 4111. Yes. 451. An ultra long calling. Ringing by the bed. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. You just do. And the lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows, calling. Then the
Hello? Who is this? Dora.
Dora. In the distorted... Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you...
No. It's you. What? Oh no.
This is too much. You need to recede.
Oh no, not this. What? You're not a Kingsman, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Because it's me. Look, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're calling me. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset.
I'm in Morova.
22 million people live in Morova,
グ
the capital city of Grad. It is the capital of the world after Revachol was destroyed.
To work. The academy, where I work.
response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
Yes.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the number again in the mid. Calling, calling. Calling, 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 calling. It looks like she does not want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Calling, calling.
Harry, please. Please.
Phone disconnect tone. You dial the number again. Calling, 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 calling. And calling for who knows how long. But no one answers. The cold man.
That's enough now, officer.
It didn't give you your hand.
Officer, that...
It's over.
こう見るとすげえ格好してるね。前方に跳ね返しがある。向こうから側からしか下げられない。先に女の子と話そうか。
Shit.
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she's not.
Huh? So should you. Oh. I didn't notice that. Yeah.
What did she just say? That's n.
I'm sorry. My whole family swears and it rub. I said.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a.
Okay. It's.
A ferry. You have little reason to doubt that, sir.
This. Actually, just one wire. I picked. Contact might record.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called No Idea.
The mic? Same place I got the recorder from. Oh man, it's a music club and a synthesizer workshop. Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or, yes? Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the eye. My boyfriend's... I don't... The musicians in the Elysium used them. Anyway, I don't really...
Take this.
No, man.
It's okay.
Thanks. That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Elysium. Yeah. Andre and the...
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in. Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Go ahead. Well, it's just questioning, right?
Fast and clean. A good one. Can't quite say it's a lie, but it feels like...
Go ahead. It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music, except that... yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and there will never be, not in a million years.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape consoles.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That...
I know. It's not my idea. Hey, you two are cops. Okay, well... maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. Because there are some strange things going... They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Go ahead. Okay.
共感を上げられるかな。共感を上げるには。共感上げる装備はもう装備してるか。代わりの帽子。あ、これおばちゃんに渡してくれな。
The tent is...
Come on, get in a...
It's safe to assume this is their lead.
Sorry, you barely have...
You go ahead.
I'm actually not, Ethan.
I'm sure you will.
You see, a young...
Hello, I'm Andre. Is the...
His grip is strong, sweaty.
This is my posse.
The young man with earring.
And Egghead. Egg!
Egg.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North.
Honest off from talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw and...
Place is a shit up.
I apologise to my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Ah, so you've met her? Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Dopeheads!
Burnouts. Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just a...
Straight sad! The word!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in it.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
The spooky kind. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is that also, they don't... People just want to spin tapes without them spooking... Thank you. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's... All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is...
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a... I had to do it in an hurry. Not... Of course. All right.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah. Blam! Straight in the eye. Man up. It's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up. Put it in...
My bad. As always, we'll be...
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harmon Welshi as though we're supposed to be sharing.
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibbity.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths?
Hi again. So, he's a quiet man. Mostly communicates through music. And by being a master of, you know, a host. I declaim...
Interesting, sire. A bit like you, then. And...
Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really... Yeah, sometimes. When I, like, stumble and find my way into his centre, you have...
The man smiles. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not... I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I knew you'd get it. You're one...
He nods, attentively, ready to answer the question.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do... Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there... Yes. There's also...
This machine.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned. Empty. Took some time get...
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires. Into water.
Andre, tell him... Oh, and it felt like there was some...
No!
Which other one?
Felt like silence.
Oh, not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we... Like, you aren't a... It wasn't quite...
As in a ghost?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crabman. Yeah, you know.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting air...
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally...
You should ask her about it, but we know...
There probably is no crabman. Don't let them draw you in with them.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely. Well, honestly,
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
I'm 70% sure they're substance users. Don't let the technology fool you. Sure. What? Oh yeah, that's...
If you don't know what the founding party is...
You know, of Meteo. Concerning Meteo, a country on Muindi. On the Muindi...
One of the poorest of the first world nations today, but once a great ancient civilization. Capital, Tilakos, by percent.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition. Yes? Yes. What? The what now? Oh, the...
He's like an act...
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Yes, that's all Nosefed.
Nosefed is the shit.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away. Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even... Oh, it's the one they...
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing. He nods enthusiastically. No doubt, a little relieved.
As always, we'll be...
The young man.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3, Yekokata, the place to be! It's the message.
So yeah, it's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your side. Yeah, gotta compare. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, weird stuff. Wires going into water.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Gran Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Nothing's wrong with it.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Most of it doesn't exist. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases. The hardcore aesthetic is ESO.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some...
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this will be by getting us in...
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will you? Oh, that...
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't... And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab. He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that. Look.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff.
A crab?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what... Why? Nothing. Anyway, what else? My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do.
To the cops.
Me? I'm a...
A silver bird. Feels strangely familiar. What?
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
A pane of eternite, barely holding it up. It could fall.
It looks like a makeshift brick.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Ah, ばあちゃんのとこに行かんと。洗濯ばあちゃんまだいるかな。いたいた。
The buzz. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Yes, I can't really sleep in. My suggestion is, don't go in. I can't.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty.
どれやったっけ。これか。教会ね。セーブしようか。セーブ。
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice. The carving on the door is block-like and angular. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist. The carving on the door. The doors remain this cheap-looking. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Or you see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a... There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. It's the contrast between the cheery. He takes off his...
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Your hands are clammy from the sea air.
Fuck.
A piece of sticker keeps slipping away. The lieutenant hands you a blue handkerchief. He looks a little dismayed when he gets it back. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
9ポイント、ちょっとロードするか。
Heavy wooden doors, or the carving on the door is... The surface is smooth from the wind. The carving on the doors remain. This cheap... It'll be easier to break the staple. You see there is something blindingly modern. It's the contrast between... He takes off...
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. For revenge, these acts aren't called... I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
This cheap-looking... It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, there's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Looks like today was a gold star day. The lock turns...
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. A great whoosh of air rushes in the heart of...
おお、なかなかすごいね。
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already...
These machines sometimes harbor traps, Ethan.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we...
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream... The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect is equipped with better noise attenuation circuits. You see fluorescent play and print button. The lieutenant says nothing. You see that behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life.
Good evening.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doom.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please repeat.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for...
Still no. I am contracted.
I'm afraid we are not...
Now, can you please repeat the password received?
That sounds bad.
Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez.
Saint-Brune. That's the church. And Rue de Saint...
Anything else I can help you with?
The machine's keyboard is still ill. Nothing happens.
パスワードね。
Yes?
The silence in this part of the church Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, and then it's gone. It seems the sound here is detached. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible. It's unnerving.
こんなん自信なくすわって何やこれ。
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the lieutenant points to.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the...
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises. He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. There's nothing. You're
Officer, what are you looking at?
You see something hanging. Maybe it's possible to... Is that a man? Looks more like the crab man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a...
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk, and a district in Jamra.
I'm here to receive the mother's love. You can too, Holmes.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user.
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe, hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Wade. I could smell the control all the way over here. Not all of it. I was like you.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Sight.
You have no idea what the fuck. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see him. Think they scared of me. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. Might even be nice to have some company. Other spooker? Oh.
The Aita is Grandma?
No. I just call her Viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. That's what I said, home. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. I'm afraid not, essay.
Or search through her radio computer.
Too many times.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, Vato. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nidita Pequeña when I never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it. I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
I missed it.
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are faded. Most of them are already gone. No, man. You gotta let that shit go. Then the mother's light touch.
Do you remember? The lieutenant is not particularly interested.
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much. Your place amongst your fellas. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the... I circled it. Nurtured by the silence bestowed by the... Oh, that's no simple question. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond sense. She saved me. But I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes. I will be incinerated, but not...
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Hard to say. I think I did some construction. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. It's not like that at all.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you. To his...
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think. When's the last time you woke up? She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out. No worries, man. I know this shit takes time. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I don't mean... You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. I think we're done here, Esther.
That was, however, I'm...
メスクギャングのシルクスカー。
Yes?
シルクスカーフ。通告域地。こっちの方がまあプラス値は高いな。赤プローグ。プローグって何？プラス共感。なんかすごいなんかスポーツファッションになってきた。じゃあこれでハッキングしようぜ。
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing the speaker.
Good evening. Votre accident on... Good. Please repeat. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the code, votre accident, is there anything... Sleep?
The machine's keyboard is... The printer prints out a long text document with dated the first entry made on the 4th. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. See? Even when 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on...
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even...
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Something about the backup data getting destroyed. And how everyone thought... I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's
the strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
"25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in."
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a...
The Pillar of Silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find that. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in.
The girl on the ice?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office. in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of...
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
No. It was a great idea. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Your reading is interrupted by this. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizer. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
What is it? Yes. Or no.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she...
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 6... If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know...
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she...
No. Yes. And... No, you're right. I'm not. No. Yes. No, you're right. I'm not. I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, on the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the it's all around us. That's what on air means.
Like love?
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region, but it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a... Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy any.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
I'm working. Could you just... Shh.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And...
So you do know something about computers. You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government peeps. Because I needed something good for my investigation, and RAIN Civic is widely... Besides, owning a RAIN prefect...
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see RAIN prefects in every police department.
I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the Coalition. I was actually aiming for the military. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as RAIN Civic. So it's kind of a rip-off. But it does have better compatibility with newer antenna models. They are connected to my RAIN Prefect. Whatever you do...
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Great. You really like those questions?
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, she's looking for a disruption in... The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say any...
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, what do you think it is? What quality...
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
You measure it by its surroundings. By that...
Hydrotransducers. So that's what those water basins are. Devices for...
But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Strange things may flourish in the dark.
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations...
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical cord. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me... Great. Thanks. What?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rub. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some... Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with...
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. Thanks.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. The world is silent, but for the creaks in the darkness, you sense her eyes on you, inspecting you with their multicolored glass. The woman looks down at you, kneeling. She towers among her... She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You know she doesn't care about you. She only cares about her shiny sovereign's orb and her silk robes and getting to the aerodrome on time to leave. As that soft word passes through your mind, your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Human... It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long
on the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted.
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving something out.
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shut up. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although...
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
Well, your station was involved.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your... It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now. Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, DeLorean. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge, and the highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed? Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both. She made the most of her position in the anti-DeLorean court. A court visited by the most prominent thinkers and she was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely... Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already... That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even far away Supram, in a city called Advesperaskit, in Vesper Messina, her homeland. The name, she was dressed in a white and pearl dress, on an emptied out plaza, with the crowd far away. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as one of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come, something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her, and this inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed. Terrifying is a term too emotionally terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her. Although she's often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers, the Mexican state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream, suggesting those who fight against it are not. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. This subtle terror is part of her icon.
Lieutenant Freighter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? Okay. It's just that you've been at this church, the coast in general. We shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost.
視覚計算。視覚計算マイナス1になっちゃった。
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax. The shards glimmer in the dark. You see little pearls of light on the edges of the crack. Hey, her innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers. You have the headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is sure... The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting. The shards glimmer in the dark.
Fuck.
Hey, her innocence Dolores Day. You have the headless Fallen Rider figure. So very, very... The mother of humanism stands above you. The shards glimmer in the dark. The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting. On the jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned, or just... The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, standing below both women, in luminous black letters. Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Death, life again. After the world, this exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even it was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. Justice, union, prudence, and force. So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you. Hey, her innocence Dolores Day, you have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. So very, very, very... The mother of humanism stands. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Only a strange... The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of... Why? That does seem to be a problem. The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing.
Yes, what is it?
Hi again. So,
And? What happened? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church? No matter. Is he Yeah. Noid is right.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time? I guess it's not a mess. Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other... A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our... Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she sing? What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! A shame. What can we do now? Do you... Unity! Dance! And you can't just evict her? Look at... No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've... If that's okay with her, we own... The line's in the dark. At least Crabman seems like an advance. Yeah. He can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
論理。
Goodbye, officer.
キレがいいところまで行きたいんけどな。
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of fortune.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't...
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it. Easy. When her research is done, she can...
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glossy look.
All right. Bring me the game's off-site copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need...
In his defense, it was simply lying on the...
Okay, but still. It's a backup of my former employer's project. The radio game.
She's making it.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
Oh God, not this again. It is not...
Basement?
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup. We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. In the giant ice bear fridge? I just told you. It has red glowing eyes. It's impossible to miss.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so... like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the... And the heads... I won't even get...
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means. Because she's from Martinez. And people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. Yes, but she literally started...
The lieutenant coughs like...
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. What? This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it?
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Wait, what?
You know, we don't actually have to tell...
Whose body is it? You put it there? You put a dead body in... Okay. Very cool.
We would appreciate it if you...
Who would I tell? My mother? I don't have anyone to tell. And if I did, I wouldn't. This is getting ridiculous.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds.
Thanks. And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens...
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Qualsund.
Yes? Thanks.
さて、じゃあ終了かな。
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes? What's the deal? All right, do what you gotta do, man. We trust you. If you need any help, let us know. Goodbye, officer.
Hello again.でか。共感。うん。どこや。
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. The dripping water falls. There's rust and corrosion on the...
No. I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's dead. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works.
どこまで行ってんの？
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. Life is garbage.
なんかおかしくなってる。戻ってきた。どっちに行ったらいいの？帰りたいよ。帰りたいよ。この辺じゃなかったっけ？ここになんか親子がいて、マップ。今どこ？アンドレここやろ？教会。いいのか、なんか引っかかってるけど。これで帰ってきたか。おばあちゃん大丈夫か。
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the a lullaby my mother used to. Yes, it does.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. Time to call it.
Good night, officer.
On the table, you see a bowl of water. The water reflects. You almost look like. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection. The bed is comforting. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
No. You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. On and on it goes. For untold hours.
Behold. There are millions of them down there.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. You can never forget this shit.
All stuck on.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless...
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. And it...
You'll go insane if you keep going like this.
For the money, baby. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Good, so... Beep, beep, beep! The alarm is ringing, Harry!
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together.
Does. 終了します。お疲れ様でした。